Hello, hello, hello. Hello, YouTube. I hope you are doing well today, wherever you may be. I hope you're drinking your water, eating some food, taking your medicine, getting some sleep, taking care of yourself in the best way that you can in this moment. We are back in the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, the first Ace Attorney game. We are on the last case, Rise from the Ashes. We are on, I believe we are on day 2. Yes, day 2. I think we're about to go back to court. The second day of the trial. We've been investigating stuff. We got luminol last time. We became forensic investigators. We have luminol and fingerprint detection, and we've got some evidence. We're still dealing with the impossible, and I'm not quite sure how it will be found as possible. We're still dealing with the impossible momentarily, which is a man, Bruce Goodman, was seemingly killed in 2 places at once. Half an hour apart by car, but yet at 5:15 this man has died twice over. Killed both in the police station and in the prosecutor's office parking lot. What is the answer? Did our client do it? What is everyone's fascination with calling scarves mufflers? Was it used simply for the translation so that you could call it a muffler and create confusion over whether you were talking about the scarf or the car part? Who's to say? But anyway, we're gonna jump back in. Yes, day 3, trial former. This is still probably only the second trial day. We'll probably go to the last trial day if all of the other trials are an indication of that. This is a very long case. We've already put probably close to, if not over 7 hours into this case alone, and we are only on the second day of the trial. We're going to see if I have a better mastery of the logic of this game today than I did in some of the early parts of this case. Sometimes the logic doesn't always make the most sense in terms of what clue, what statement to object or press to, and with which piece of evidence. But ultimately, we will find our way forward, even if we have to save scum. We will get through this trial. So without further ado, let's hop right back into it. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered Oh, Lana's here. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Huh? A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. And that's what I mean, Emma. But, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. All right.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. And we just started. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe that the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to...
Sir, would you call a part of the younger generation, sir? A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir.
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir.
give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Fault him for a couple other things. Alright, crime report.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
Alright.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. And that's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see.
Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. What is your normal duty? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir.
Oh my gosh.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Huh?
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
Spotted a suspicious man.
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here on my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here.
Please read us the number.
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. It is. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh?
And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down.
Not even half an hour later?
I see. It was during the second time when...
Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Interesting. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
There's a knife, sir. A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept her cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Fought for my life, then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you said did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir.
You could fit that tight, man.
The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and the next thing I knew,
Yes?
he punched me right in my face, sir.
He punched you in your face?
After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that, I was unconscious?
Oh, right. According to the report, the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice, Herb. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned up to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. Jesus.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Not exactly. There is one glaring hole. And now for my eternal struggle with this game, or at least this case, to continue. There is one giant glaring hole. How was he woken up? His entrance, supposedly, is the last log on the scan. On the scanner. Theoretically, no one else swiped into that room. Right after he did the second time. So then, who woke him up? We've also kind of skirted around who exactly it is, so that's probably has something to do with it. But the question is that what they actually want me to look for? And if it is, how do they want me to apply it? Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Is the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meegans.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell.
What? Excuse me?
The Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
Huh? The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Hold on. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. That's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. This is a setup in more ways than one, and I'm not exactly who's being set up, why, and who's doing it. So, we're basically at square one.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? I want to know if we actually see an actual video in this game. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, you never see his dang face! And something fell out. Where'd he go? Huh? That was somehow one of the most unhelpful videos I've ever seen.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? I feel like security video should be in quotes there.
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. The evidence room and some sort of, activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Notice that no one left. No one seemed to leave the room. That's the one thing I noticed from that video. We didn't see the person leave. Unless I missed it. But what that suggests is that it's whoever... I don't know. Were they actually... Yeah. Presumably, to me, that means whoever woke him up was the person that he was dealing with. And maybe that white piece of fabric hanging out of the locker that we found the handprint on is the coat. It's the disguise. To make it look like the person in there was Goodman, but it actually wasn't. That's my guess.
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Mystery man.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
Are we sure?
Was this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman.
That's exactly the assumption that they want you to make.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Let's think about this. His face can't clearly be seen in the video. That is true. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. How do you know that? But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins,
Eh,
having been shown a questionable video at Bez, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
yes, sir.
You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to the registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints. And he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that? How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
And the workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
Oh no. Oh no, not on Valentine's Day. Not on Valentine's Day. How perfect timing for this stream. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
The victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
Theoretically.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir? Yeah, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in the case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust this knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Right, let's check the court record again. Let me actually check. Is there a problem with the video? I mean, there kinda is. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Oh great, I don't have to listen to the music. Okay, this is where we're starting out. Wait a second. The locker's already open. The locker's already open. There was a light on it. The locker's already open. Yes. The locker's already... I didn't realize it at first. And a glove falls out too. But the locker's already open. So the real person's locker is that one. That's the actual locker. You'll notice he never leaves. He never walks back in front of the video. And when we come back, he's gone. Well, how would he know? Also, what in the world is he holding onto in that? I don't... Hello, Hell Slices. Welcome on in. We figured out what's happening with the victim. Right there. The locker is on. I can't point, but the locker in contention was already open. Therefore, it didn't have to be Goodman and his fingerprints that opened it. So the answer is, there is a massive problem. I didn't notice that the first time. I was distracted by the Blue Badger music. Regarding the video contained on this tape, There's one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. Just this part? Yeah.
What? The video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edward.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. This is also the first time we've ever had a video in any of these cases, so by necessity, it's... Yep. Phoenix, we're doing great. We'll get through this one step at a time. You can do it, Mr. Wright. I'll set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have been Goodman?
Oh, there you go. Oh, the music's back. Pause. Right there. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir? Do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh my gosh, how much of this are we gonna watch? When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it to a little earlier. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, what's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Well, let's inspect the video once more.
I'm assuming it's the glove that fell out immediately when he opened. Dun, dun. I love the music does not fast forward. Oh no, rewind. Is it the glove? Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
What's this? Something right fell out of the locker.
But sir, I've been experiencing that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out in real great distances when I open my door.
We want to be sure that item was completely inside the locker. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
And this white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. Just like my tie.
Huh?
2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
How have you survived to this age? Like, how did you get here today? Not in a physical sense, but in like a metaphorical sense. How did, well, in a physical and metaphorical sense, how did you make it here today alive?
The object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It's a rubber glove. It's an insulator. It would need to be an insulator. I wrote this game.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description.
Sir, but insulator.
I think I finally got this figured out.
Well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the door?
It's the glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order, order, order. Were we to believe then that the victim, this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man, Part 2.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Now, when an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman.
One must use their ID card. And is there no other way? Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. The card's right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I should wear it. Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my door? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck.
Okay. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
We say yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
And so it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You got the wrong color, kid. Yeah, our trial was like 3 cases ago. Come on.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. The detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
But maybe he just panicked.
Could be. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. I mean, yeah, it is obvious. We have the ID card. And it was found half an hour away. Do a little safety save here. Nope. No, that one. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order. So now what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. Is Edgeworth gonna twist us and say, like, what simply is proved is that Mr. Meekins could not have been the one that killed Goodman, and therefore our defendant, Lana Skye, had to have been the one to kill him. We did kind of make that possibility, I realized as we were doing that. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. No, it is not. We have currently proven that the current defendant has to be the only one that killed the victim, because there's no longer a contradiction in the same man dying at the same time in two different places. Well, it seems you finally realize exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's some twists a-coming. It definitely seems like it. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
Ooh.
So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. We really walked into that one. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I mean, usually the answer is always to object. I feel like waiting and seeing will just be a game over. So, safety save in hand. Have to try. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do something stupid here. I want to check something on this video. Because here's the other definitive clue that makes me think my other theory is right. We just need to go and see the very first thing. The very far locker, yep, doesn't have anything poking out. At the end, after the confrontation, it does, which is where the disguise comes from. Alright. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Edward,
Yes, Your Honor.
this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor. Also, Emma is so clearly some sort of telepath because I didn't catch it at first. I thought I was just like, oh, did I read that wrong? She's absolutely reading our thoughts, or can hear them. The defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
Prosecution.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name. before deciding whether or not to let them testify.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you will have testify. What is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edwards know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. Court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. The prosecution, please prepare the witness during this time.
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. But what do you mean by figured everything out? I'm assuming stab in the dark. Part of this is a ploy to get the SL9 incident reinvestigated. And so some of this was staged between Lana, Angel, and Jake Marshall. Yeah, that's my guess. I don't know if Goodman is actually dead. Who actually killed him? It might have been them. That would be the twist. Our defendant is actually entirely guilty this entire time, and she said it from the beginning. But we'll see. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Did he actually leave? Oh, I was about to say. He's not actually gonna leave, is he? Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you'll call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So have you brought what I asked?
Oh?
Are you also in cahoots with people? Interesting. That's okay. So have you brought what I asked?
Oh, you mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I borrow you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But, Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you. Chief prosecutor, we're a witness in that case.
Miss Skye was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders.
You know what? I'll take your word on that.
Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? Huh? What? My name's in there? I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... Is that what? Is that the one where, like, your parents died? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. But Joe Dark... No. No, Lana. It's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Can I read them now? I can. Alright. Let's read the SL9. Close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims: Edward Joe. Oh. Well, I see one thing there. Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Skye and Emma Skye, executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Skye, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Interesting. I better take a good look at this file.
We continued.
That was actually a relatively smooth first part of the trial. I didn't kind of flounder as much on that one. So that's good. That's nice.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Great, now I'm just winging it, huh? Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? I'm just a man same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. His music is still the best.
I know you're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
The Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
Can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Cheese-umps. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? You mean the security cameras and the ID card reader? I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
It seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
I'm supposed to keep a real eye on the bone orchard. You see, they were supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force.
Officer Marshall on the day of the crime.
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Great question. Security systems anyway. You know, that's partially true. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines.
I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Yeah, like a spaghetti western? Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta.
You mean it does? You abandon your police duties to eat some noodles?
More or less. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. Purpose has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" It's time to eat the tray. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
It seems clear, despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Dixons don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. I was supposed to make rounds 2 times a day, but that ain't my style. Oops, sorry. Wrong button. I'm afraid I don't understand. Security systems. Let me save real quick. What do I have here? Knife, this, SL9, parking lot with Edward's car. Oh, that's right. That hasn't come up yet. Screwdriver. Stabbing. Marshall's fingerprints. Alright. Down. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. Well, let's try this. Ah, okay, that was indeed the right choice. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. That's very true. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Isn't really good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that creek. I pay my respects to these, make my rounds but once a month. It would be natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulder. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained hand. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. Well, there's an obvious press point. How did you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
The witness explanation appears valid.
Also, wasn't the murderer Meekins, who was knocked out? Allegedly?
The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Save. Save. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. That's very convenient, by the way. Touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. He didn't identify it as his locker. Although, I'm gonna press on this just briefly. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no rewards from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Why didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did you know? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
That would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
It's the only logical conclusion. Can't let him squirm out of this one. We've gotta find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Press him on a couple more things. And that's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. The locker happens to be mine. Yup. Yup. Locker happens to be yours, huh? That's exactly what I was waiting for.
What do you mean?
I mean what I say. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture. You see their blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and it's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
Isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll then continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Funny you should mention that. Funny you should say, funny it wasn't me. Or too bad it wasn't me. Funny you should say that. Because, I'm pretty sure it was. Your Honor, that statement oh my gosh. Oops, that didn't go well. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, then they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates some Marshall was present, please do so now.
Okay, great. I can do this. Order of operations was off. I got ahead of the game. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. So the question is, when does it want me to identify the problem?
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
The music's back. In case you missed it. I can't wait for this music to get DMCA'd. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. That is 8 words. I can count. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker, with the white cloth sticking out. And that was the witness's, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Dun dun.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. The meaning of this, Officer Marshall.
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order.
Hold your horses, sorry partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? It doesn't mean that I'm the one who opened it. We're all idiots here together. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker to stick it in. It was my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to raid on your parade, but you're the only person that can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it! Sure. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Yeah, he missed that memo. He was eating some spaghetti when they passed out that memo and gave out that little bit of information. I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Order, order. Witness, explain yourself.
Is this a joke? If it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olé, please answer the question.
Is he now a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
Can?
Have a look at the floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
That's certain. Where is the witness?
Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was the victim himself. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, but I needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. You have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. I've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Which is valid evidence if it puts you... Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it?
You're going to have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
You can say I care for your beard, but don't see me complain.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt an Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
You can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics?
For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been.
Since he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, that Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. And after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
Just what exactly is the piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so my videos... This is my only shot.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. The witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Shows us why the witness had to open his locker. Ooh.
Oh, I think I know what to do.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
How about that? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman. I'm gonna be that tune is gonna be in my dreams tonight. The Blue Badger music. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. No, I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
There then, Officer Marshall. You ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated you all.
I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Yup. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like it. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew in which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
The supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. Let's see what we have to pull up with. I do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. He's referring to the SL9 incident. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. The incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Well, we know why he cares so much about it. It's in the victim list. Today was my last chance, that's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like it. I plan to take out the evidence. Question is, when can we use it? Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
The detective's ID card.
I stole that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguised yourself, you couldn't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. Interesting. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, and I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Sir Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type person. Taking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. And by the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been off. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. And that's what what was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So,
What you're saying is on that day...
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Oh.
What? Edgeworth, where's that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh? Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
By the way, partner, it's a free country. Just remember,
I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Not necessarily true in a court of law. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. Can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. And like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
This has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I do know why. I read the file. Like a good little boy. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
The reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. Involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one would talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with this incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is the real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Yep. I know what it is. I do know why. Actually, let me save this. This isn't technically a contradiction, so it may not take it. Okay, no, it was this. Okay. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. in a list of murder victims. I know. You have to, the music's got to cut out, and then you know you got it right. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What?
A prosecutor?
Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under him. I was wondering who that other person was, so that explains. That's Neil Marshall. We are desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
And that was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, and this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? That's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got to draw a new partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The one suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
If this trial has reached its conclusion, there's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. no doubt what I proved today is true. Safety save. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, sir, the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Nope, now Emma's here. Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. How helpful. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. And that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
No fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clues we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? The right hand. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There has to be. Where did the blood come from? Right? That's the question. Whose blood is it? Where did it come from? If it's not Marshall's, then whose hand is it? Hold on. Right. Right. Hold on. The video. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see it. You can't see the locker in the video. You can't prove when it happened. doesn't do it either. There's just nowhere. Just looking, seeing if there's anything. It doesn't appear to be. I mean, there's the thing under his arm, which is like Y and half. Oh, this is megaphone. Never mind. Hold on. Okay, yeah. And this is broken pot. Wait, where did this come from? We didn't see it fall out of the locker. I mean, I have to object. I have to object. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
I've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Oh no.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
All this evidence here. There's gotta be something I can use.
Question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans?
Great question. What? Crime photo. Victim's shoe. The knife. Luminol testing fluid. What is... Wasn't there something else here? I thought there was something here in the actual thing. But what do I have that proves that? My memory is failing. I mean, there's also this. Is it the camera? The camera's not drawn there, so maybe. Let's see if I get that sweet, sweet silence. I think I got it. The camera's not drawn. Is the Seebeck waste? Even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright not sure which direction to face. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of being wrong. Oh no, I did not get that right. It was like on the day of the crime. What is that bothers me about this blood mark? Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. I'll prove it this time.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply
okay, so I get a bunch of shots at this. What the fudge? Okay, so we have this thing. This stupid thing that wasn't drawn on the floor plans. Maybe it's that. It's not this. It's not this. I mean, it could be this pot. I actually don't know where that's actually from. Could it be the pot? Well, let's find out. If not, I think it's the blue badger. Nope, I messed it up. Okay, so you can't game over here, so that's an interesting one. Ah, that's what it was. Yep. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger. mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger's dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. Oh. I guess that's fair. What?
That means, what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
Are you saying blood traces were undeniably found on that locker?
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I'll not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. How? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekin cut his hand from which the trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, it does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
Summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edwards said? Proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Babe.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Shows when the first crime took place.
When did the first crime take place? It's presumably this. It's gotta be, right? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
ID card, oh. ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be
4:40 p.m. Ah. Ah. Miles Edgeworth? Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murder. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence.
Let's look at the chart again. There is one. There's only one other card number remaining. All 7s. So is that Gumshoe or is that Gant? Talking about a lucky number.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. And that's the only plausible explanation. He went in with all 7s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 7s.
Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Why not? But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
An official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not all 7s. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident.
Here's your 9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief. Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Oh no, what's she gonna say? Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what do you say?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye, and say that you did?
Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana... even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Order! Order! Order!
The honest remark was such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. We will save my progress. Later that day, in the law offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. And drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order to get him the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. And that's why she used me. And that's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Oh. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. I was right about this time, right about this time of year 2. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be Waylana. Why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. It's a permanent picture. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Oh. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Oh. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in the front. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? True. That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Yeah, why did he? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Yup. That checks out. So it was the police that forged the evidence. Well, when I read the file and it said one of the executive investigators was Gant and Emma, I was like, well, that's weird. Why was the chief prosecutor an executive investigator? She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After that Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. Also fits the theme that everyone involved in that case was kind of siphoned off, right? Angel, Emma, Marshall, the non-dead one. I'd better have another talk with her. Yeah. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Let's talk about today's trial first, and then we'll talk about it. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one, 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said.
Well, she probably stabbed a dead body. That's what I would assume. Goodman was already dead. I assume. Still may have killed him, though.
About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why wouldn't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. It involves everyone, don't it? I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so faced before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Yeah? Gant? Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. Including a killer, maybe?
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
So, either Gant was the killer, or he's part of this too, trying to uncover the actual truth. But then, that mean that Lana did kill the victim. Someone did. Don't know quite how this case will end.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. "2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark." Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. You shared the same office, huh? They even had the same office? That's an interesting tidbit. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. Okay. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. And that's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. But why didn't Gant chase after them? Wait a second. That's not possible. Based on what we know, the flash of the image doesn't make sense for it to be on his back and then somehow wind up on top of him. Why was Dark underneath him? When I returned to the office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Something's not right here. Something's not right at all. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. That's convenient, ain't it? What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. How much... I don't like this. I don't like this. New theory time. New theory. Probably wrong. New theory time. They needed to set Dark up because they had no evidence. They were planning for him, in essence, to get someone killed. Or maybe just to try to catch them in the act, is what Marshall thought. I think Gant set it up. I think Gant knew Emma was in that room, wanted Dark to kill Emma, and then that way they would have the evidence that they needed to prove that Dark was a killer. And then, but Marshall got in the way. He tried to stop Dark, and I think he succeeded at stopping Dark. But that wouldn't do. They needed a victim. And so Gant killed Marshall and knocked Dark unconscious. That's my theory. That's what I'm going with. blame her at all, after her sister must have gone through. After what her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Correct. Because Dark didn't kill Neil Marshall. Gant did. That's my guess. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case just might not be over yet. The case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should take a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I think you're right, Phoenix. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things keep kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay, I guess we're going to the entrance. There's Marshall. Oh, di bambina. Mr. Marshall. This music is so good. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que será, será. You never know where life will lead you, eh, bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for the little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? And that was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? Where was the tip? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. Oh. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not a murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Facts have been concealed with forged evidence? The case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. He got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was their first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor?
You mean the King of Prosecutors?
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's the honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have been gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
Yeah?
The investigation needs Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on their force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, I said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
On a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. He rides off into the sunset. Yup. It's Gant. He's the one. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
Well, the chief prosecutor's saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Emma, stop. We got what we wanted. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Yeah, we're going. Oh, come on. Come on, man. He's got an organ in his office? He's basically Ganondorf. He's absolutely guilty. It even looks like there's an ocarina over in the shelf over there. I'm about to play tennis with him. Whoa. Where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Why is there like a suit in that picture? There's like a suit of armor. Is that a person with like a spear? Like, what is going on? Check out the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Ah, the first note. Oh no, he's here. Oh, that's where that was taken. Oh. And that spear is, I would argue that spear is what he backed into and died on. So maybe it was an accident in an ensuing scuffle. I still don't trust you, though. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. With the paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Raito, how have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Yup, sure do.
And that's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Oh, hey, there's the pot, by the way. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. There's multiple things wrong with this picture. And that suit is in a different location.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief can't deny a request to search the crime scene. And that must mean there's a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. All right, We need to channel our inner Maya Fey and be a little criminal ourselves. Let's see. Let's see if Gumshoe is here.
Hey, pal.
I was right. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My, feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Probably because Detective Gumshoe's two of Goody Two-Shoes to help with the cover-up.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth is the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry, poor choice of words.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Very true. Welcome in, Landmaster. Yes, I've met Damon. What a character. What a character. His office is also, you know, like the final fight of Ocarina of Time. So I'm pretty sure he's the villain. We'll find out though, but I'm pretty sure. I love the staring contest he likes to do in court, where we just pause on him for 5 seconds, 10 seconds at a time. Hey Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that blank stare. Did Gumshoe mention how he punishes officers? I forget if he did. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's fun. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out.
Tank the acoustic damage.
Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Mr. Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon.
Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. We could. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. And what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Okay, let's do Dark's crimes first and then murder weapon. Yeah, it's very long. How many is it? I mean, yeah, I'm probably close to 9 or 10 hours into this case so far. It is massive. So much evidence. So many people involved. Your Dirk was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. And he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. And when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and he killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. That seems odd, to say the least. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. A good thing? Or something else. Deliberately. Oh, I see, and that's, yeah. In Japanese, he didn't turn himself. I was about to say, it's like, that's kind of a little weird. It doesn't quite make sense. That would make sense if that's a slight translation issue. The last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. In the back of the victim? That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? Huh? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Come on, Gumshoe.
Don't use your brain cells. Just go with the flow. Let us do it.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
Are you serious? What? Really?
What if I let a civilian in there? I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be Gant.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What do we have? I scroll through my 3 pages of evidence. What do we have? What is that? I mean, this pot, technically. This is probably not gonna work, but if I know it's here, I should be able to do this.
But the jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere.
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have of previous lives.
This would be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
But I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's here.
Let me share a little advice with you.
No, but it is. There's something I can do. No, I can't, because it doesn't actually let me investigate it. This is just the blood. Oh, I mean, that could actually be true. This guy almost made us lose a case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
That would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. What can I show him? Can I show him this? Nope. That's right. No. This.
The ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. Ah, there we go. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
7777777.
It's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer, I might just have a hunch. Can I talk to him about anything? Nope, not yet. Can I present this to you? Nope.
When studying up on those files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal.
You looking into the case here, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
Nope.
Okay. Can I check this, by the way? Okay. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall. February 19th, between 7 and 7:30. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found and wound was missing tip. Nope. Okay. And this one still wasn't it, right? Yep.
Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Okay, I'm just gonna go down the list.
No reason.
Wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint on the real murder glove hand without any fingerprints.
Shit, I think come arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Yep.
Well, lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I'm a master of misplacements, you know?
Master, and that was such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. This wasn't it. This wasn't it. This wasn't it.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. Gumshoe, I don't think you need to get taller, my dude.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
That's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
I'm about this. Okay, no, that's this. Yep. Oh, sorry. So my badge. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Can we read, pal? Ruin, you can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But it's me, after all. What could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation.
Hey, that's it.
That's the King of Prosecutors Award. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, Belle. I got an award for diligence myself. Okay. Why is the award a shield? And, oh. The award is also different. And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. Or, I'll tell you what it is later. That someone who must have grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. He did the Blue Badger. Yep. This makes sense. The photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. Okay. We did that one already. What can I do here? I feel like I've shown him everything. Maybe I'm just missing something again. I think I've shown him everything. We're doing this one more time. Here's lives. Where could I have seen that before? But I can't talk to him about anything. Alright, let me move back to the detention center. Present her with this image. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside the court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Okay. Nothing. I'm missing something. Just don't know what. I've talked about everything. Move back. Nope. No one's here. Okay. Let's see if we can move somewhere else. Somewhere we haven't been. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Alright, I think this is probably where we're supposed to go. Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we've just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. A tough day in court, huh? I've had to live in the past 2 years with rumors flying around. It's another allegation to me. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Actually, can I take a look at the paper? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of letter of resignation? Yup. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. It's okay, Edgeworth. It was just the Taco Bell. It'll pass. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Just discarded letter of resignation. Surely there's not a fourth page of evidence. I can look at this, yeah. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. You really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. And that's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. True. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. Emma, that's called slavery. And that's one tough grown-up world there. Anything on the back? Nope. It's just a paper. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. And that's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottled up. I know that in some of the games they'll discard irrelevant evidence after a chapter break. That would make sense. In this game, the first game, they clearly do not. They keep all the evidence all the time. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? And that is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. And that was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seemed strange about it. It's true. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day.
You didn't plan on returning to the office that day? But you did.
That is until I was asked to take something back.
The piece of evidence that Gant did. As part of the setup, he needed an excuse to get Edgeworth to go back. The actual piece of evidence is irrelevant.
Liz.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
And that's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to.
That's right.
Let's present him the picture. And this picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself.
Trophy was different, yeah.
It looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes.
That trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
And that was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. And that's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for, Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Objection. In the story. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth.
I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. The halberd was removed, was it? Maybe because it was a murder weapon? Maybe? That was conveniently also missing a tip? Alright. I think we're done here. So we're gonna move back. Yep. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. And that's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. And that's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. And that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Indeed, indeed. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office? What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? I mean, it was kind of obvious. If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing was for sure. Ever since that case ended, she'd never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Indeed. See if we can get back to here.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Bring coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line.
His office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh, I know what it is. You gotta help us or Edgeworth's gonna resign.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least, let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into the pocket. Hey, Gumshoe, what's your ID number? Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in the front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Ah, interesting. Let's see if it's on the list. Nope, it does not. Alright, anyway. It's time to investigate Ganondorf's lair. Here it goes, Mr. Wright. Oh, come even the music, man, you know? We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Eat!
Good.
Oh no, he slapped him again. Come on. Although, to be fair, I don't know why he decided to follow us. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
I kind of agree, we could have just handed it back to him.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
Yep, we're all in this together, like High School Musical. Gotta get our heads in the game. You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, and that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something?
Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... No, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Just don't let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think. Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Let's examine. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor.
You know how many
Taxpayer dollars must have gone in this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shush. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding his armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be.
Hiding in a set of armor? Interesting. Wow. Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, it's you. Whoa, what was his voice?
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. Put the paper he was reading in the desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence. This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Let's check that. Oh? Hold on, what the? That's the drawing that Emma made. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Nope, definitely can't. That's definitely a thing. Is a safe? This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Let's save here. Do you think it is,
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Would it happen to be 7777777? Yup. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final RD card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean... 77777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time.
This can only mean one thing.
That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside?
Yeah, I actually would like to look inside. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a shard.
A shard from a broken cup.
Smell looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too.
A handprint? Oh, well, a cloth, maybe.
Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
Leather cloth? Oh.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, that was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line.
Great. I have to prove the relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, there's definitely one.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days.
That was yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells, you know? That fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells.
Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Interesting. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Yeah, that's writing. That's what I was gonna say. That looks like writing to me. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
What's the other one we want to do? We need to do the other thing, which is leather. It could be this. Let's try this. Don't be so negative, detective. We do want to share your information, though.
My fooling, I never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Oh, God. To stay positive. Yeah, that's not the right one. These have all entered the evidence room.
The ID card record.
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate.
Nope. Oh, you've already seen this one. Yep. What am I looking for? The leather.
Oh, you're great.
You got a big shield, see?
That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway,
It gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. I'm sorry, I missed a part. I thought they were just gonna go the same thing.
say this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right?
Oh yeah, everyone knows that. There was this dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see?
That's not exactly the version we heard. There we go. What am I thinking? We have this leather thing as well, this other piece of evidence. That's what the chief was reading, but isn't it, you know, when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edwards' list really was only half the whole thing.
Something else is bugging more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal.
The back?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's the same thing. Let me just keep examining the room, maybe. Done that. The organ. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing from the criminal affairs department.
It's on the second floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day John Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with the Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead with just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. I'm sure it's tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of.
Does she keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Done that, we've done that, we've done that. We've done all of this. Well, okay. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor,
First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. No. The desk is still here. Wow, look at the size of list of evidence. The other half? What's this be doing here? Yeah, I've done that and I've seen the picture. Can I use the luminol? Can we try to find blood? Can't use that, so.
Whoa! There we go.
Oh, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from the incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. Anything else? Okay. Don't think anything else is here. Talk about anything else? No. I feel like there's something else I need to show him. I'm just not sure what. Maybe that. I can't use the fingerprinting set, but maybe I can present it to him to check the handprints? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what this is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Oh, come on, this isn't the time for jokes.
We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. Alright, let's get this over with. There we go. Oh, that's not really helpful. This kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like it will get a clear result from this print. Try a different finger then. Let's try the thumb. Gotta be meticulous. I'm gonna be meticulous. I have 5 fingers to choose from, which means I'm probably going to choose the wrong finger up until the very last one. Process of elimination style. Is that too faint? Yeah, it is. Yeah, blowing off the dust with the DS mic. Sometimes those features, you know, on the DS and all of, you know, those kind of things were a lot of fun I have to do that? That reminds me, I'm trying to remember. Complete non sequitur, but it reminds me of like Spectrobes. And I think you had to use the mic in that too. There we go. Oh my gosh.
It's not quite done yet.
It's not Gant. No. Nope. Oh no. That's Emma. Oh, closing the yes. Yeah, you had to do it with a trace memory. You had to close the yes to find a puzzle. And you had to do it in you had to do it in Wind Waker. For one of the islands, you had to, in order to dig up a chest, you had to close the DS and reopen it. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, he found a match? And whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey you, over here.
What's going on here? What are the kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks for your ID card. We were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it? And in other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
For DS Zelda puzzle, you had to yell into the mic. Yeah. Isn't it great when games make you look like you're going crazy just in order to play them?
Eek.
Chief Gant.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir.
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Now get out.
That's fair. You definitely could see him with a deeper voice. There was something the way in which he talked about when he was very like jovial about asking the judge, like using the terms like udgy, and asking him if he'd been swimming. That's what kind of led me to go with the kind of more the lighter tone. But I definitely think you could. I think it would fit. Like I said, to me, he definitely gives like Ganondorf vibes. So if you wanted to go with a deeper voice, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed...
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright? Don't leave her. Phoenix.
Look, Belle, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, Belle.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, do we get to see her all grown up in some of the later games? That'll be nice. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. Committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. And that's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting, no. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name is never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. And this jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. He does. He looks good for 65. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. And that would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got the blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. Oh, sorry. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma's so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down at the chief's office 2 years ago.
To be continued.
We will save our progress. And that is where we will call it for tonight. Thank you for y'all tuning in. We've been going for what, over 4 hours now. I think I'm well over 10 hours, 11, probably closer to 11, maybe more hours into this case. Y'all were right. It is a doozy. It is long. It's crazy how long it is. The investigations are really what takes a long time. The trial part, if you know what you're doing, which I didn't for the second day of for the first day of the trial, don't really take that long. But the investigations take a long time. With that being said, it's been great. I hope you all are doing well. Remember to drink some water, eat some food, get some sleep, take care of yourself the best that you can in your current situation. For YouTube, and this is bye-bye. See you next time. We'll be, presumably this is the last thing. Probably wrap it up next part for the first game. So, bye-bye.